Значит, много говна.
I'll match my wares against... What? I've got every...
Чё, куда? Ага. Короче, я на этой неделе болел 37,5. Что мне говорить, до сих пор очень немного сложно. Ну, хотя 2 последних дня я работал с... Ну, короче, работал, блядь. Ну, вчера мне пятничку под конец устроили, конечно. Долбоёбы менеджеры. Высшее образование – это не показатель ума. Вот сидят менеджеры с высшим образованием, а потом из-за них 30 человек, блядь, задерживаются после работы в пятницу. Из-за какого-то долбоеба, которого я даже не видел. А он все довольны, там, наверное, или она идет бухать. Ну, вчера, ну, типа, неважно, в пятницу все идут бухать. Почему-то опыта дают мало, может, из-за выходных, типа. Тебе нужно один раз любой данж пройти, дадут награду. Из этого я могу только вот это, вот это. А это как получится. Ну, кажется, можно прямо сейчас начать. Ну, ежедневки легче сдавать, потом пойду по обычным квестам.
This one thinks the high elves go to too much trouble to accommodate the newcomers. Merakar has lived here all his life and never once received any special treatment.
Если стоит.
Every home needs a bit of sprucing up now and then. Perhaps my wares can help.
Another high elf.
О, здесь как раз сундук. Здесь. А, не, я думал, это сокровище. Смотри, здесь еще квест. Что я не понял? Без еще ниже. Надо гуглить, наверное. Привет, Васаки.
Work for outsiders. The divine prosecution requests aid.
Олег Великий.
Time is gold.
Over here, Initiate. Greetings. I have a message for you from Velast, Mistress of Incunabula. Indeed, she has a task for you. You'll want to speak with her as soon as you can. Velast awaits you at the Guild Hall in Volkelgard, along the southern coast of Auradon. Of course. What can I tell you? The Mistress of Incunabula for the Guild, the Keeper of Tomes. She's the Guild's most accomplished lore master, second only really to Guildmaster Vanus himself.
Глава гильдии Мастер Анус.
I don't, but she usually tries to offer new guildmates a chance to prove themselves. As you might imagine, she's keenly interested in acquiring new books for the lore library. Maybe?
Theme?
Чем на другом острове? Метка показывается только после того раза. Привет, Александр, но я не понял, что ты написал.
Eleanor is just...
I'm rather busy right now.
Привет, лимончик. Даш, пройду только ради ежедневки и все, потом по квестам. Да, я только вчера вечером его проходил ради квеста. Ну, квест может только один раз здесь.
On your feet, you louts. We're going back in.
Нихера себе. Чего они стояли-то?
This way, squad. Let's keep moving.
I can taste your delicious fear.
Что еле-еле идет ежедневка. Дима пишет, что на второй панели хилы.
Kill them all. No mercy.
By the Whisperer's command. I need aid! Let them see her wisdom. Must obey. Light it up!
Come to me, enter my world, join me.
Я в Петергофе.
Or the Whisperer.
Я пользуюсь инфоланом уже более 10 лет, но эти уёбки подняли цену с 200 до 350 с этого года. Но я на них никогда не жаловался. Но хули они на 150 рублей подняли, уроды?
Incorruptible creature.
Потеряют же клиентов сами.
To defy me, I'll kill you all.
Не, ну раз в полгода бывает какая-нибудь херня. Но раз в полгода.
They mean to take her from us. Stop them.
Ну, есть сатнет, но я не буду морочиться. Похер, 350 так 350. Но если когда-нибудь они вернут 500, тогда это уже будут вопросы. Тариф таков, что ты начинаешь с 500 рублей и каждый месяц снимается по 10. В итоге через 2 года у тебя 200 рублей. Я вот много лет с 200 рублей платил. Теперь 350 вернули. А те, кто начинают с 500, у них будет минимум 350. Но они написали, что это для того, чтобы они модернизировали сеть, но... Давай так посудим. Меня и так все устраивало. Меня и не спрашивали. На самом деле это просто предлог. Им просто, ну, надо... Ну, в России цены растут. Им надо было тоже повысить цены, чтобы есть еду. Ну, кушать же надо. Они придумали предлог, скорее всего, модернизация сети. Как бы я же был клиентом, который, допустим, не жаловался. Ну, мне нахуй не нужна их модернизация сети. Я думаю, другим тоже многим не нужна нахуй. Это вопрос предлога и все. Но я его приму. Но если когда-нибудь они скажут 500 рублей платите снова, ну тогда уже пойдут нахуй. В любом случае, столько лет они брали такие копейки, сойдет. Хули. Ну я же говорю, у меня проблем не было. То есть, по сути, за 200 рублей получал нормальный интернет, который стоит не 200 рублей. И последний раз, когда у меня была проблема с интернетом, это год назад. И то это потому, что мой сосед тихушку 2 раза мне его резал. Кабеля. Он резал и избегал. А я думал, что это виноват провайдер. И они приехали, бесплатно все чинили 2 раза. А вот если бы я платил деньги, блядь, сосед бы, сука, платил, мразь. Я его лишь с 2-го раза выловил. Он не успел спрятаться. Я ментов вызвал. Уж видите ли, у него дети не спят. Пошли нахуй все. Пускай на балконе спят, блядь. Нет, просто сосед подкаблучник. Там его жена просто, ну, говорила, типа, блядь, мне мешает спать сосед. Блядь, во всем виноваты дети и женщины, пойми. Вот если бы он был холостяк, как и я, у него не было вопросов с детьми и с женщинами. Он бы бухал, как я, и играл, как я. И все, и не было проблем. Блять, как, вот сам подумай, ну школьник, сосед. Школьник не будет резать провода. На что он потом заплатит за них? Ну, школьник может под двери насрать. Но он вряд ли полезет в щиток. Он будет думать, ну, блядь, меня током ёблет, нахуй мне это делать. Школьники обычно в щеке только сигареты прячут. А так я это знал, я в детстве пиздил сигареты у соседей. Ну, которые прятали в щитках. В какой общаге я обычно в доме живу? Так, стоп, что это уже сделать, блядь? Это уже выйти из группы. Еще там добавить просил зритель в друзья. Так, где эта группа? Блять, связь с тем, что я стример. И когда я напиваюсь, я могу ночью играть и орать. Вот где связь. Ну, понятное дело, что они понимают, почему я кричу, что я играю в онлайн-игры и там где-нибудь проебался или еще что-нибудь. Че здесь общага, думаешь, за стенами не слышно? Когда пьяный мудак орет. Смотри, как орать.
That's right.
Чем ты говно не продать, бля? Чего, почему щиты не разобрать?
I'll match my way.
Watch it.
Harmonious.
О. Сейчас на РБ, возможно, схожу. Я одного РБ убивал, мне почему-то награды не дали, мне потом объяснили, что типа я должен дамаг наносить. А я же маленький хилер, какой дамаг нахер? Блядь, недалеко будет бежать до нее. Кстати, на нее какой-то ежедневный квест был нужен. Ну ладно, пофиг, скажу так хотя бы. Бля, вот раздражает этот баг, что метка ставится не сразу. Может и стоило брать квест, но я просто боюсь, что мне снова никакой награды не дадут. Для меня в любой игре важны рейдовые боссы и квесты. Остальное пофиг. PvP, контент и так далее, но и про Lineage 2 и про все остальное тоже. Я здесь пройду вообще. А где она? У нее квест я не взял. Ну, там какой-то ежедневка какая-то. Как сюда уже прибегала, а там ее уже убили. Тут было дофига народу. Я подожду, если соберутся. Все равно, даже если я дропа не получу, мне в зачет идет типа как исследование области. Вот. Но если не придут, я тоже тут не буду вечно стоять. Но этот пацан, получается, 300, ну, 400 уровень. А там мы били, короче, в 3 челик, там какие-то 1000 плюс уровни были. Им там проще, наверное. Вот это она, типа. Походу он сам сытся первым начать. Я, блядь, точно не буду начинать вообще какого там 30 уровень. Он спрашивает, будем? Я говорю, я хилер 30 левел. Он пишет, что он тоже хилер. Кстати, товарищ просил меня в друзья добавить, я не нашел запись. Там, видимо, не по нику надо, а по стиму. Ну и хер с ним тогда. Надо вон русский, а сам... Вот он еще раз в чат пишет. Общий. Ну не, может, хрен знает. Иван написал в чат: пацаны, не хотите, а чё тут, типа, тут баб-то дохера, чё он? Этот шовинист, блядь, или кто там, блядь? Феминист? Нет, шовинист. Вообще не знаю, как там. Что за разрушение? А, посох. Вообще не знаю, где это тут. А мне эта стена вообще не понравилась, я ей почти не пользовался, я ее и перестал ставить. Мне сказали, я все равно все смогу прокачать. Короче, 100 лет бегать. Привет, Питер.
We're looking for inscriptions. Alert me once you see any gibberish carved into stone. Now I need you to keep a lookout for inscriptions, strange symbols carved into stone. As soon as you see one, just call me over and I'll take a rubbing. You'll also need to handle any malicious creatures. The ruins within Ebon Stadmont are ancient, perhaps even built in the Merethic era. They contain inscriptions of a mysterious language, which only a few have begun to Not much. Even though one can see the temple through the trees, the forest has made all research near impossible. It most likely was a place of worship, now abandoned. The nature of this forest doesn't allow travelers to simply walk to the temple we seek. Someone must have used magic to accomplish this, in order to keep outsiders from entering. Luckily, the inscriptions here... Yes, this is exactly what we're looking for. Why, it's almost as if I can hear the words. Sel Ra Ang Yond. Eastern Temple. Daedra? I don't have time for distractions. Could you hold them off while I finish translating?
Never used to fight this much. Till I met you.
Ну, они, походу, убили королеву там. Ну и свалил.
The inscription indicates that the temple is further up. Quick, follow me. How did we get separated? I was just behind you. This way! I'm over here! Huh. At least we're back together. Come on. This forest has to end somewhere. Hello? I think we got separated. Is that you? Well, seems the rumors are true. Ebon Stadmont truly does twist around you. Perhaps another inscription will help guide us. Aha! Now let's see. That voice again. Para Ekne. Past pathway? Daedra again? Ah, we don't have time for this.
right now.
Hurrah, Bonisto, the past revealed.
Up the stairs. Take care of that thing before it takes care of us. Thank the stars. I think he's coming too.
Am I in Aetherius? You don't look like my ancestors. We of the House of Reveries have no names, only masks. But you can call me Fletch, because I specialize in the art of the bow, see? Oh, my aching head. Eben Stadmont. I'm sorry, but I just don't remember. I must have come here with my traveling troupe, though. I wouldn't have left Relanthiel without them. Daedra? Mara's elbow, that doesn't sound good. Could you help me find my troop leader, Maestro Forte? I need to... Forte! Is that you?
Fletch, what's happened? The whole troop is looking for you.
Grand Maestro Forte? Why, I had no idea you were in Eben Stadmont.
Grand? Oh no, I'm simply Maestro Forte. Hardly worthy of the title Grand yet. It appears you've saved Fletch from the brink of death. It brings to mind the story of Temerian, who of course was saved by the Nereids of... but now is not the time for such tale. Daedra? I had no idea. Our watch did report some strange creatures prowling about at night, but I've heard of no other attacks. The only thing of note I discovered within the temple is a glowing stone in its main chamber. I've yet to translate the stone's inscription, but it's excellent. Why don't you and your companion head to the stone? Just follow the path north. I'll escort Fletch to our camp and make sure he's seen to.
I know this is strange, but let's get to this stone. Perhaps it can answer some questions. The House of Reveries in Stadmont? Why wouldn't I have heard about that? This is all so strange. I just need a moment to think.
Lenka, fall away. Future's door.
Did you hear it too? That woman's voice? At first I thought I was imagining it. Future's door. Drat. Well, I've realized where we are. A House of Reveries expedition I've never heard of. Grand Maestro Forte rebuffing his proper title. And the temple room where we found Fletch? It looked the same as the room we first... It means we ventured somewhere we never should have gone. The past. I know it seems far-fetched, but remember that stone we first activated? I thought the inscription referenced an event, but that's my theory, and I'd rather not explore further to find out. Affecting the past has far-reaching consequences. It makes me wonder what trouble we've already caused. But this stone's inscription... I can't be sure in all honesty, but we have to try. Otherwise we'll be stuck in the past. This stone should lead us back to our natural time. All you need to do is keep that destination clearly in your mind. I've been hearing this voice since I first started translating these inscriptions. It must be some sort of magic. Connected... Oh, it is rather odd for a mysterious language to speak to anyone who reads it. The misdirecting nature of Stadmont must have kept researchers from studying these inscriptions. I'm not sure what to tell you. I do know that we have to return to our time, and quickly. This mysterious voice, whatever its motivation, is the only... It is quite intriguing. Grand Maestro Forte is the head of Somerset's greatest acting troupe, the House of Reveries. But I've also heard tale that he's a great academic as well. The research I've been using to help translate the language here came from an expedition that occurred around this time. Perhaps Maestro Forte wrote the very notes that led me here. I'll ask him, but I'd rather not affect the past more than we have. Well, Fletch was very close to death, and I recall seeing bones in our present time, right where I found him injured. Most likely he was supposed to die. I'm almost glad I was so ignorant when I healed him. I don't know what I would have done. As I said earlier, changing the past has far-reaching consequences. For all I know, healing Fletch could have dire consequences to our present. I would have had to weigh his life against the potential impact of that change.
Who's there? My socks. It's you. Years and years, and I never could find you. And here you are, back where it all began. Looking as if you haven't aged a day, my friend. What happened to you? So the stone did send you to the future after all. I had feared the worst. That day I tried to follow after you and return to our original time. I was trapped within Stadmont. For decades, I'd been studying this language and desperately searching for a way out. But my path would always lead me back here. But I did it. I finally found a way to go back. I must stop myself from ever going back in time. I've been wasting my life within this cursed forest. Fletch! Ah!
I'm sorry, dear, but your role has been cut.
The temple. You must go back. Go through the temple. The southern stone. Bane away Tendel. Those are the words.
It's time for the grand finale of our little production.
That one put up a
Thus, the
fight,
play
didn't they?
continues. I'll see you soon.
Such an effort to escape me. I suppose I have what I need.
Well, I suppose it's curtain call. You finally figured it out. Well, and Derwin figured it out, didn't she? But hey, you put all the legwork in. And here you are, just in time to stop our leading lady from ever... Ah, but did you kill me? Truly? Not even an accomplished healer could bring me back? And yes, I did take part in Derwin's final scene. Or rather, I will. Derwin was the leading lady of our production. It was up to her to uncover the mysteries of Stadmont, to find the true potential of its hidden power. But she found a way to escape. Sadly, yes. And so my part must end as well. I put on quite the performance, though, don't you think? The poor, confused soul. But yes, our heroine should be just outside, if I remember correctly. After so many times around, though, I tend to lose track. I told you the very first time we met. I'm Fletch. I used to be a mere actor, but now I serve a greater force. I've served her for quite a while now, helping to find... What did Andowan call her? Ah, the Spirit of the Sanctum. An appropriate title as any. She rules over this... Don't bother asking me. Mostly because I have no idea. I would have died had the Spirit not saved me. And it wasn't too bad. A supporting role at best. Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about it. I barely understand, and I've lived through it. And it's done now, in any case. You made sure of that. The language here, of course. You see, it's all rather tricky. Only mortals are able to use the language. That's what allowed you to travel through time, after all. And Andowan was the... Yes, all our heroine needed was the proper motivation. Andowan was trapped within the forest, unable to get out. Then she would hear a whisper, guiding, always...
There you are! How did you get inside without me seeing you? We finally made it to the temple. Oh, I just can't wait to see what secrets are inside. The temple is a trap? What do you mean? A book? Why, this is my handwriting. I've been trapped within this forest for decades now. Trapped within the past. My face is filled with wrinkles. Something trying to... My goodness. This is all so hard to wrap my... Yes, I agree. You've gone above and beyond protecting me during this expedition. Though the details seem a bit complicated. To think I would have been trapped here. I suppose I did succeed in this expedition. The notes you've given me are written by my hand after all. Though of course that me won't exist now since you've stopped me and I'm sure these notes will give me more details. The best thing to do now is share our findings with the Mages Guild. Let them know how dangerous this forest truly is. You know, it may be silly, but I suppose I came here to step out of his shadow. If I could be the one to crack Ebenstadmont, well, perhaps that would be enough. And then I was trapped in the past to serve a mysterious being. Tellinger is the one who makes brash decisions and puts us all in danger, and I'm the one who helps fix it. Yet as soon as I lead, I find myself in the same position as him. For now, I'd rather clean up. Well, it is a lovely view, once you put aside all the strangeness.
You may go no farther, citizens. Cloudrest's gates have been barred from within. And before you ask, I don't...
Написано, нужна была группа, хрен знает. А зачем квесты давать?
Feel free to take a look at...
I'm not sure what's brought you to Cloudrest, but I have to recommend you turn back. The city is far too dangerous to enter, and I'm busy enough as it is without more souls getting injured. Vandrel in his dreams again, is it? Well, he was right as usual. A sea sloat has attacked the city. Welkanar Ularima was able to rescue many, but I'm afraid not everyone is fit enough to evacuate. I'd speak to Ularime if you wish to help. She may have a task for you. Don't worry about my son. I'll send a message with the next Mer to evacuate. And...
I may be injured, but my shop is still open.
Travelers, now, of all the times. You've picked a great day to visit Cloudrest, Traveler. The city has been besieged by the sea-slowed Samaja. Who commands darkness itself. Most have already evacuated. I'd turn back now if I were you.
Блять, имеется в виду, что не ежедневно, типа там, может ежедневно.
I admire your bravery, but defeating her will be no easy task. Samaja was almost impossible to take down alone. An order of Sammерсет Knights, which I'm honored to be a part of. Samaja was able to capture and somehow replicate my 3 companions. Even if fought alone, these shadows will be difficult to defeat. Do you think yourself capable of such a task? If you're willing to fight, so am I. Samaja lies within the Eyrie, just beyond the gate. If we strike against the sea slode first, she'll summon the Shadow Warriors to her side. The fact that she's a slode should tell you the most of what you need to know. She's cunning, powerful, and filled with hatred. I've never seen the likes of her shadow magic before, and I hope I never do again. The darkness she's summoned here saps the life of all it touches. She can also conjure shadow creatures which serve her. She used that magic to create copies of my beings of shadow, which hold the might of the warriors they mimic. Unfortunately, my companions are all Welkanars, some of the greatest fighters in Sammерсет, defeating their dark counterparts in battle. Oh, you mean Dara? Don't worry about him. He's a sweet thing, truly. All Welkanars have a griffin by their side. They not only allow us to freely travel across the Isle, but also aid us in battle. They're even the symbol of our order. Most are, but the griffins of the Welkanars are different, magically so. I'm sure there's a book around here describing the various rituals and whatnot. Just know the Welkanars of Eton Near are warriors, destined to protect all of Sammерсет. We lend our strength to whoever needs us most, though our duties vary. We did. I now know her capture was a trap, a way to infiltrate my order. The defeat of the Welkanars would greatly weaken the Isle. We must attempt to save. My advice? Divide and conquer. Last I saw, each Shadow Warrior stands alone. Fight them separately, and Zamaja's defenses will be greatly weakened. The more...
Да, это повторяемое. Да, рассчитано на 12 игроков. Не, я, конечно, зайду, но просто так посмотреть.
Only a great warrior could defeat Samaja with all 3 Shadow Warriors by her side. Remember, divide and conquer. Take those shadow replicas out one at a time. Do you see how Cloudrest has fallen? This will be Sammerset's fate. If we don't stop that accursed Seaslode once and for all, we must stop Zamaja before her darkness spreads.
Да, я сдохну в любом случае. Или смогу убежать. Совет Зимаджи. Это в каком-то... Ну там, короче, области его убивали. Хор, ожидание сражения, уже все кончилось. А, еще эти что будут драться? Что? НПЦ?
You know, I didn't choose a life of seclusion in order to chat with...
Я сюда, видимо, по квесту зайду, потому что это его особняк, по которому я иду.
An examiner's quorum needs 3 members. You both know this.
Not this again.
It's not just superstition, Soraville. We need outside perspective.
So, what? We just randomly recruit the next adventurer that passes by?
And just like that, Oriel provides. Greetings, Caraval. I am Chief Juris Reeve Tarnamir of the Divine Prosecution. Or at least I was, in the long ago. I know this is unorthodox, but perhaps you'd be interested in helping us. As you can see, a murder took place here. My protégés, Lorne and Soraville, came to investigate, but I fear they may lack perspective. The particulars of this murder... Forgive me, I'm getting ahead of myself. They need fresh eyes. Yours, I believe. You would take on the duties of the Adminan, the listening eye. An auspicious role. The Adminan serves as the fulcrum, balancing competing theories. They also collect evidence, interview suspects and the like. What do you say? I thank the Divines that you've agreed to help. This murder weighs heavy on all of us. The victim, Elamorian, was not well liked. Many locals may lift a glass to his passing. But the assassin, the Ghost of the Green, that's altogether different. Better to ask Lorne about it. Capturing the ghost was her obsession for a time. The fact that he's returned does not sit well with her. I can say no more. I don't want to prejudice your impressions. The Adminan should bring a fresh perspective. They're the most gifted investigators I've ever trained. Soraville has keen eyes and solid instincts when it comes to reading people. Good at finding pressure points, you know? As for Lorne, logic is an art. She's clinical in her sensibilities, precise. Many of us have come to rely on magical inquiry to solve crimes. She relies... Lorne and Soraville drifted apart shortly after they caught the original Ghost of the Green. It's a complicated matter, not my story to tell. Suffice it to say, this case cuts deep. As I said, was the Chief Inquisitor for the Divine Prosecution's Hindelatus Wing, the division charged with solving doctrinal crimes. Forgive me, it's a mouthful for newcomers. Well, I own the land, so in some ways I have even greater authority than I did as Chief Inquisitor. I still enjoy a bit of clout, too. Real leadership doesn't rely on titles, Kerem. Not a popular opinion here in Sammерсет, but true nonetheless. Ha! Fair, I suppose. I may be retired, but I've spent the better part of 3 centuries examining crime scenes and interrogating criminals. Well, you're the right person for the job right now. Time and circumstances, my friend. Time and circumstances.
So you'll be joining us. Good. Call me Lorne. No need for flowery titles. We Altmer have too many names already. I'm glad you're here. Outsiders often make the best adminins. A fresh pair of eyes will be essential here. More essential than you. It's a long and depressing story. One I'm not keen to recount. For now, just know that whoever murdered Halimorian took great pains to make it look like the work of the Ghost of the Green. The ghost always left a signature to let us know it was him. He killed each victim with a single wood elf arrow to the heart, then laid a fern over the body. I need to examine the body in more detail. Can you do a sweep of the vineyard? If you find anything, blow this whistle. It also might be worth questioning people in town. They'll be more forthcoming with an outsider.
You have your instructions, yes? I can't imagine any of them involve talking. There was a time when I could tell you practically everything. We worked together for years, but, well, not every partnership is eternal. Just know that she's brilliant. I am a Revelator Naganwe, a Death Seer. I use magic to solve murders. It's one of the essential roles in an investigative quorum. Of course, magic often falls short. When my fellow... She prefers wit to mysticism. All high elves possess near-perfect memory, but Lorne puts us all to shame. She can recall tiny details in an instant and finds patterns even quicker. It's too bad, if you ask me.
Короче, АФК 5 минут продолжим.
What do you want? The Revelator's already questioned me and cut me loose. I just want to be here if something exciting happens. You don't. The Ghost of the Green has returned. Zen's avenging champion. Of course it's exciting. These Longlegs thought they executed him years ago, but now he's back. Ready to dole out Deepwood just new around here, eh? Halimorian was a sap-ass dandy, slapping wood elves with one hand and groping them with the other. The Ghost of the Green just did what the prosecution wouldn't. Good riddance. Murdered? No, executed. Executed by a righteous hand. Just have a look around, outsider. I'll bet my horns you'll find evidence of misdeeds. This was a long time coming. Hopefully it put these other long-legged prigs on notice.
Он вообще кто?
It really is too bad about Halimorian. I told him he shouldn't be so free with his politics. It's a different climate now, after all. You have to watch what you say around people. On the upside, it's good. Oh, darling, you're a bit late to the party if that's why you're here. I already submitted my statement to the Revelators, and my alibi is thrice confirmed. To be honest, the only reason... Yes, a charming young wood elf named Farrell. I only recently brought her on. She used to work for the late Halimorian, but there was some kind of incident. I don't know the details. According to my other servant girl, she often came back here to visit the friends she left behind. She'd attend Bosma suppers, midday revels in the grape fields, that sort of thing. I encourage my girl. Aren't you a cherry blossom? That would be lovely. It takes...
You come to babble with Babblebrook? When came the killers? I had a look. Babblebrook knows what Babblebrook sings. Why can't you make sense of things? A ghost did bring the vintner's end, but even wraiths can have a friend. Don't you see? Death comes in twos. Friends and killers both win and lose. Killers and killed are two, it's true. So near, the source of fear. But Babblebrook babbles too long, it seems. Best make haste, or we'll hear...
Another body. Delightful.
Oh dear. Blood on her hands and blouse. But no slashing wounds. This doesn't fit the pattern. The ghost always kills with a bow. This was spur of the moment. Unexpected. Maybe she fought back.
Why do you insist on puzzling these things over like in a femme? You know the death memory ritual. It's a simple...
Enough, Sorville. You know that's forbidden. Admin, look around and see if you can find the source of this blood. 2 victims now. It's a forbidden practice. That's all you need to know. Fine. It's a controversial ritual we used to employ during investigations. A sufficiently powerful mage can summon up visions of murders using necromancy on the victims. If too little time has passed, the spirit may become disoriented. Reliving their final moments could trap their consciousness in a recursive loop. trapping him in that. Yes, exactly. And with good reason. Sort of.
Go have a look around. I doubt you'll find it.
I have little time to waste.
You found something? So did I. It looks like Fariel was strangled, not stabbed. This blood must be the attacker's. A sickle? Blood on the blade. I intend to, yes. I'm a fair hand at alchemy. You'd be surprised how useful it can be in my line of work. I've caught more killers with flasks and alembics than I have with any sword. I suppose it's past time I told you. The ghost murdered 17 people before we caught him. His last victim was my husband. Soravil's wife committed suicide when she heard the news. They were having an affair, you see. It was a difficult time. It's fine, Now you see why we needed a neutral party. Enough. Let's get back on task. I'd like you to search Halamorian's villa. It's just south.
Квесты? Что за мутки? Я всегда делаю квесты. Ну, вообще-то я краб, я обожаю квесты. Так я же говорил еще до этого, что для меня в игре важно это боссы и квесты, и все. Мне интересен сюжет игры. Всегда, в любой. В Lineage же я тоже сдавал все квесты. Вообще. Одиночно. Ну, эти, как сказать, повторяемые не все, потому что тоже пиздец. Но одиночные все. Ну, допустим, игрок входит в новую игру и просто бьет мобов. Он докачивается до последнего уровня, но смысл играть в игру, если ты вообще не знаешь ни сюжета, ни истории, ничего. Какой смысл? Ну, ты высокий уровень, но ты ни хера вообще не понимаешь. Там, да, ты сражаешься, но ты же ни хера не понимаешь по самой игре. И где ты этот получишь удовольствие. В плане, мой РПГ создан не для того, чтобы... Ну, как бы они созданы, точнее, для того, чтобы... Кто хочет, любит ПВЕ, ПВЕшится, кто любит ПВП, ПВПшится. Я люблю ПВЕ. А если человек любит ПВП, то обычно он играет в шутеры. Потому что там ПВЕ не существует. И сюжета. Но Я думаю, что ты согласишься, что эта игра Тесса создана не только для того, чтобы играть с игроками, а еще для того, чтобы... Ну, то есть она создана так, что можно играть и соло. В Lineage же я тоже играл соло, мне КП в принципе не нужна. Я, если там собирал в лабу или по боссам, да и все, тогда, в принципе, я бегал и качался всегда соло. Я никогда не любил пати-кач. Я, в принципе, ну, не особо люблю и других игроков. Поэтому я любил Олимп. И сражаешься 1 на 1. Никого нет. Когда захотел, тогда пошел. Не захотел, не пошел. То же самое в КП. Я не люблю, когда праймы. Я хочу идти туда, куда я хочу. Ну, допустим, смотри. Там на прайме тебе скажут. Ну, у меня просто было КП, где... Понимаешь, КП сражалась в ДВ, а я уже был готов идти в соло. И мне просто вот впадло уже было с ними проводить по 4-5 часов в ДВ Север. Или даже в ДВ Юг, похуй. Да даже на кругу. Ну просто, блядь, я могу сходить куда угодно, и я не виноват, что вы не докачиваетесь до моего уровня. Сами там и парьтесь. Ну, поэтому мне проще всегда за себя отвечать. Было. Опять же, Ноблес я брал быстрее всех. И мне для этого не нужны были игроки. Да, задротил, да, там сидел в той по 12 часов. Будильники ставил. Но, блядь, это было проще для меня, чем с кем-то там что-то, блядь. В то же время, ну, там твинка поставил, пошел по боссу. Это и то веселей. Ну, в плане сам собиратель. А есть, наоборот, игроки, которые не могут без помощи. Нет, ну есть как бы кому это интересно, это ладно. Но есть вот игроки, это уже, значит, слабые игроки, которые вообще не умеют без других. Это ужасно, потому что, ну, получается, они сразу обычно ищут КП заранее, сразу говорят, меня нужно одевать, мне нужно всему учить и так далее. Но мне как-то вот стыдно, допустим, зайти в какую-нибудь гильдию вот здесь, в Тесса, и начать спрашивать глупые советы. Скорее всего, я просто заебу всех в первый же день. Поэтому за счет квестов, там вот самого бегания, ошибок, я сам учусь и все. Не, конечно, я могу что-то спросить так, но я стараюсь не навязываться. В Lineage я также изучал все сам, когда только начинал. Бегал по квестам. И когда денег не было, бегал между городов. Мне было просто впадло у кого-то попросить там занять в долг даже адены. Ну, блядь, просто стыдно. Зато потом, блядь, я уже нахуй слал всех, кто говорил, дай, пожалуйста, мне там что-то. Нет, нихуя, сам, как я, так и ты, сам свой путь проходи. Ну, то есть, как бы не хочу быть обузой. Все со временем. Но, как бы там ни было, все равно для меня... Я люблю сингл-игры, ну, то есть я проходил почти все сингл-игры, которые ты себе можешь представить. Все вообще. Ну, то есть это означает то, что я как раз-таки только и занимался всю игровую жизнь тем, что сдавал квест. Ну, я ж потому и говорю, я в Lineage сдал все одиночные. В самом названии показано одиночные. То есть на одного. Я вообще пешком всю карту оббегал. Ну, опять же, смотри, я же тебе говорил в прошлый раз, что если... Вот представь, что я сяду с утра и до вечера и буду играть в БГ. Ну, вот именно вот... Ну, вот я сейчас прохожу там некоторые данжи новые, я стараюсь выбирать данж. Ну, просто посмотреть, что там за данж, как бы, ну, чисто изучать игру. А если, допустим, я буду просто... Ну, вот просто представь, что я зашел в игру. И буду с утра до вечера только и делать, что колбасить данжи и колбаситься с игроками. Представь, насколько быстро меня заебет игра. Ну, потому что это будет одно и то же, это контент будет один и тот же. Как бы тут квесты, они хотя бы разные. Плюс я открываю для себя новые локации, карту изучаю, там что-то там... Ну, вот я уже одного босса там присобачил какого-то. Вот, сегодня я вот тоже мог второго, но там что-то люди не приходили. А как бы это разнообразие. И да, я могу сходить во время стрима там попиздиться в этот БГ, но если это делать там целый день, ну просто это то же самое, что я не могу в Lineage 2 усидеться в одной и той же локации. Я поэтому и Прайма не любил, что вот я там пойду в то же ДВ Юг, через 2-3 часа меня она заебет. Но я не могу так. Я уже скажу, да ну нахуй, я лучше пойду в лабу. Даже если будет охренительный кач или фарм, просто заебет. А потом желание отпадет вообще. Ну и в любом случае ты не научишься в плане вот играть. Ну то есть смотри, вот допустим я иду на БГ, я ЕЕ со стажем 12 лет. Я уже вслепую знаю, что мне нужно делать. Но тут я ни хера не знаю. Я просто вот знаю, что у меня хилки на панели. Я там подхиливаю всеми подряд, как на пианино. Но я же не знаю, как грамотно. И я не изучу, как грамотно. Почему, допустим, на лоу-рейтах в Lineage кто самые лучшие игроки? Те, которые вот там им дали скилл, они его изучают, когда лучше применять, когда нет. А так чисто, если месяца, ты ничего не научишься. Это просто, ну, кавардак целый. Я же вообще ни хера не знаю в этой игре пока что. И у меня сет тупо на прокачку сидит. Вы дали сет на прокачку-то?
Sorry, I don't mean to be checking up on you. I just think better when I walk. And the blood is still simmering in the alembic. It will be some time before I have the results. Did you find anything of use in Halamorian's villa? From what I hear, the accusations are almost certainly true. So, Halamorian was making unwanted advances. Of course. The original ghost murder spree started with a high elf farmer who took liberties with his Bosmer laborers. We never published the details.
Надеюсь, я кратко смотри вот на карте.
It can't be a coincidence.
Вот видишь, все вот эти исследования области. Вот я брошу играть в Тесса тогда, когда, блядь, вот у меня будет везде все убито, нахер, все собрано, все вот это закрыто в каждой нахер локации. И когда я все это пройду, тогда я скажу, я прошел игру. Меня вот что интересует. То есть и это в любой игре так. Я не только про онлайн, про вообще любую игру, я всегда залезу везде, в любой угол, блядь. Ну, вот единственное, что я не люблю повторяющиеся квесты. Но все одиночные я ну просто вот пройду в любом случае. Если, допустим, там в квесте есть какие-то дополнительные задачи, я всегда все сдам, блядь. Ну это в любой игре, дотошный пиздец.
Sorry, I don't mean to be checking up on you.
Зато в Lineage я убил всех боссов почти. Ну, кроме некоторых там, прям, ну, которых даже не каждый убивал. Ну, всех обычных я вообще выкосил нахуй. Ну и плюс все квесты сдавал. Просто Ла-2 есть такие боссы, которые прям, ну, жопа. Не каждый будет заебываться.
The original ghost murder spree started with a high elf farmer who took liberties with his Bosmer laborers. We never published the details of that investigation. None that I'm keen to share, not yet anyway. For now, let's go with what we know. The Wood Elves have motive. Soraville went down to the cottage east of here to look around. Meet him there and see if you can...
Что написано? А, это что, немцы какие-то пишут? Это гильдии, похуй. Это не английский язык. Скорее всего, да, это немцы. Ну, это типа босс, я просто сбегал на босса, но он задает вопрос, так что, скорее всего, там про ап не написано. Смотреть дом лесных эльфов. Ну, допустим, ВБ Канарин, но дальше он пишет вопросами. Скорее всего, что... Либо они ищут мага, либо вообще хрень какая-то. А где он вообще, кстати? Где же это видео? Бля, что вы... Ладно, посрать на них вообще. ВБ это Warner Brothers.
I assure you, Chief, it would bring me no joy to unleash our revelators on your new home, but I'll have to unless you let us take a look around.
Fine, but just one of you, your partner. Do your work, then leave us in peace.
One, then. I'll be sure to report your compliance to the divine prosecution.
Like we have a choice in the matter. Come, join me for a meal. Meat's fresh enough.
Delightful.
Зачем он сел на землю, если у них есть 3 стула?
I suppose I'll stay here to break bread with the chief while you have a look around. Not the way I wanted things to go, but we will simply have to adapt. Did she? I must admit, I'm surprised. Lorne never talks about that ordeal. Certainly not with me, anyway. My. Are you an admin or a confessor? Tarnamir is quite right. After all that happened, we had a difficult time getting back into a routine. I tried to keep things professional, healthy. Tarnamir. When the Ghost of the Green returned, Tarnamir naturally called on the 2 people best suited to catch him. It was awkward at first, not regularly, no. We High Elves have acute memories, but I find that if you stay busy enough, anything at all that could link this clan, or one of its members, to the murders of Halamorian or Fariel. None of these Wood Elves held Halamorian in high regard. We just need to find out if that enmity led to murder. Operate under the assumption that the killer was here, or still could be. Question everything you see and hear, and look out for any overt or subtle references to the Ghost of the Green. Ah, yes. I hadn't even thought of that. A corrupt high elf merchant and an abused... I find everything suspicious. Whoever this killer is, they've obviously acquainted themselves with the ghost's history and methods. We kept most of those details secret, but... honestly, I think this is the work of a deranged and obsessive mind. One of these wood elves read about the ghost of the green, saw an opportunity for cultural glory, for immortality, and seized it.
Who are you? Are you with the Divine Prosecution? My husband warned me you might come poking round. Halamorian hated us. He abused our children and tried to drive us off. Of course the High Elves would suspect us. And our son Kellan, he... Never mind, please just go. We don't want any trouble. We just want to live here in peace. You really just want to keep him safe? Well, I'm not supposed to say this, but Kellan has been going on about the ghost of the green for weeks now. You know boys and their masked heroes. No, of course not. He's a good boy. I only mean that it could look suspicious because of his interest in those old legends. Besides, didn't the ghost of the green run around in a mad hunter's costume? Where would my son get something like that? Yes, I'm sure. Look, you're free to look around. Just try to... We're simple men, we don't have much. Halamorian may have been a cruel bigot, but none of us...
Короче, он убил его из-за бабы. Грязные лесные эльфы.
I've said enough already.
Bosmer cuisine is truly revolting. I bought us as much time as I could. I hope you found something useful. A shrine? There's an old shrine to Ifre west of here, the Red Temple. But from what Tarnamir told me, people rarely visit. Filled...
Вообще я знаю, что называется высокие эльфы, но я хочу назвать нас высшие эльфы. Лесные эльфы говно. Потому что я расист.
We should split up. Don't want this little scamp slipping out behind us. I can handle this gap easily. You search the other hall.
Wait, I did everything you asked. I just can't anymore. I'm not a killer. I only wanted to protect Farrell.
We could have worked such terrible wonders together. Pathetic. You, though, you're perfect. Tell Lorne her past is hunting her present. Yes, tell her that.
Он его убил.
What's happening? Am I... The ghost recruited me, said he needed me. He gave me the costume, told me to kill as he would. Farrell is dead. Oh, Divines, you've cursed me, haven't you? I only shot Halamorian, I swear it. Farrell never saw his face. He never said his name. I didn't need to know. I read the stories. I believed it.
I was too slow. Damned Mer slipped right past me. Tall for a wood elf, and quick as a spooked hare. So, it really is... Wait, what? What do you mean, another ghost of the green? The journal you showed me... Did Kellan kill Halamorian or not? What about the wood elf girl, Fariel? Did he kill her too? Yes. Show her the arrow immediately. Perhaps she can compare Kellan's blood to the blood on Fariel's sickle. At the very least, we'll be able to determine if Kellan killed Fariel. I'll be along as soon as I'm able.
You're back, and not a moment too soon. Do you have something for me? A second ghost. I suspected as much. And he killed this Kellan with that arrow. Another high elf hunting arrow, like the one that killed Halamorian. Kellan had motive. So, this isn't about Halamorian. It isn't about the Wood Elves or Altmer prejudiced. It's about me. It's always been about me. I just finished experimenting on the blood from Faril's sickle. It was Altmer blood. This second ghost isn't some Wood Elf zealot. He's a high elf like me. I moved the bodies to Tarnamir's manor.
Думал, что это тот мужик, который сейчас притворился раненым по квесту. Второй тип. А понял я это, потому что он исчез передо мной по квесту вначале, сказав, другой путь пойдет, а потом он исчез после, ну, со статуей.
What? This place has been... What happened here? Oh no. No, no, no. Tarnamir? Tarnamir, are you here? Tarnamir? No. No. I can't... Oh, just give me a moment.
Something you needed to...
You found something? This is a message. Everything in this room. Elevane is another name for the Healess Owl. Elevanes lay their eggs, then abandon them. We use that word to describe people who are cold-hearted or aloof. And then there's, or more likely, someone I failed to love. There's only one suspect left. A mer with me. No. It can't be. The ghost of the Green ruined Soraville's life, just as he ruined mine. Stand back, and I'll show you. You already saw how Kellan died. Now, we'll see the others.
What's this? A tiny ghost of a green? Ha! Run along, well, before...
What have I done?
Kellan definitely killed Halamorian. Now, Faril.
Who are you?
I'm afraid you've seen too much. You poor thing.
Soraville was observing Kellan when Faril saw him. She slashed him with her sickle before he overpowered her.
So it is you. Shame on you.
The shame is Lorne's, old Mer. Now she'll have your death on her conscience too. No, Soraville. This is you and you alone. Give my regards to my loving wife and Lorne's degenerate husband. Lorne? I know you're watching, Lorne. Now that I've broken your spirit and you've broken your vow, come to the place where my wife is buried. There, I will break your body.
I need some air. I'll be outside. How could he blame me for this? Is it not enough that I lost my husband? Damn him. His wife was buried here. This is where we'll find him. You're sticking by my side. Even after I used that death memory ritual. I told you how the ghost of the green killed my husband. Sorville's wife, my husband's lover, was overcome with grief. I think she truly... As soon as she heard the news, she climbed into the wash tub, opened her wrist. Not for that. For what came after. Sorville wanted us to mend each other's wounds. Perhaps even fall in love and make a life together. I just couldn't. I focused on the work and pushed him away. Come, let's put an end to this.
Пинг. Сервиаты не русские.
Sorville, I know you're here. What do you want from me?
Oh, Lorne, I've already taken so much. Your teacher, your honor, your pride. There's only one thing left for me to take. Your life.
Sorville. Don't worry about me. Go. We can't let Sorville escape again.
You lead.
eye for mummy.
The ghost of the Green's final victim. Time to die, Admanen.
Soroville. Is he... He is. It's done then, isn't it? I knew he wouldn't come quietly. In the end, I bear the...
Почему на моем канале должны быть дропы?
A killer.
И вообще никто.
Beside me, and I didn't see it until more lives were lost. I'm glad you were here, Adminin. I will be. The arrow struck near my collarbone. Soroville was a gifted marksman. Maybe he couldn't see as well through the mask, or it was nerves. Or maybe he didn't really want me dead after all. Just one more question. One more thing, if you're willing. I'm certain that Soroville never spoke to Kellan's parents, given that this was all his scheme to begin with. They lost their son, and they don't know why. It was you that avenged him. You should tell them that. I just need a moment here alone. Ironic that this came to a head in such a holy place. He did. Perhaps I deserved it. But all those people, an innocent girl, a naive young mer, a dear friend. You're right, I suppose. I just wish I had been better. A better Jurisreeve, a better wife, a better...
I'm rather busy right now.
Я не могу открыть.
He's my son. I deserve to know what's going on.
I don't. I am sorry. But the prosecution is still examining his body. We will release his remains to you as soon as we can.
You. I remember you. Please, you have to tell me what's going on. My son never came home. If for his mercy. How could you? Why didn't you save him? Damn this place. Damn the prosecution. Here, take this thing. I found it under Kellan's bed.
Я не буду делать сюжетку, потому что, как оказалось, мой первый остров должен быть второй остров, Ауридон. Поэтому сначала я оттуда все начну. И то я сюжетку делаю в любой игре в самую последнюю очередь. То есть сначала я прохожу все допы, только потом уже сюжетку. Сюжет всегда должен быть в любой игре, скажем так, на сладенькое. Но я на ютубе ввел гайд, как проходить игру постепенно. И типа там рассказали, что у каждого есть своя начальная локация из альянсов. Моя первая локация — это остров, который второй, а не этот. Типа что я должен был там на острове начать квест, поговорить с фигурой в капюшоне, и уже после него там первый пройти, потом уже, только потом уже сюда идти. Марсель пишет, народу ли много на серваке играет? Я без понятия, как это посмотреть, я не знаю. Я 4 дня играю. Я же нуб. Я нуб, но... Ну, мне как бы... Чё этот народ? Ну, в данже-то люди есть, но я-то квесты сдаю. Пончиков, то, что сюжет не связан, дело в другом. Дело в знакомстве с персонажами. Как я понял.
A hard thing to witness. There are rarely any happy endings in this line of work. You just have to remember that things would be much worse had you not been here. That matters.
Да, сейчас бы заметили. А вы здесь нельзя менять день и ночь. Ночь что, не спят, надеюсь? Товарищ Василий пишет, народа много, все ради очередь сразу не пускают. И пишет, что купил игру за 200... А, ну да, вы же это так видите. Да, у меня сообщение показывают только с твича. Вот я не знаю, где тут, блин, этот... Посмотреть, сколько в локации несюжетных квестов. Показывают только сюжетные. На карте почему-то. Я уже был на одном поле сражений. Но все равно ни хера не понял. Награду надо забрать, я забыл.
Hello. Well met, friend.
Pardon, she's sorry, but have we met before?
А почему было 50? Что? А что шанс вдруг был 50, потом уменьшился?
Rush of battle, the glory of contest. That's what I like to hear. The more you play, the more rewards. It's as simple as that. Occasionally, I'll give you specific... Excellent work. Now that you have an idea of what we do here, I can offer you more specific challenges. The Circle of Champions. For this challenge, I want you to participate in 5 matches. Use this time to focus your strategy. Let the bond between your team grow without the concerns of victory holding you back. Win or lose, you'll be rewarded if you complete this task. Time for battle! Of course.
Those fools think they have a chance.
Что у меня пади слово полк. Один АФК вообще. Откуда я знаю, кого я добил? Кого ты добил? Че эти-то побежали вдвоем, дебилы, блядь? Бессмертные? Я, видимо, не добил, потому что написано, ваша команда добила. Этот брейк 15 минут сажаться, что ли? Аль, пока очки не замерзлись. Я тебя жду. Уже догнали там справа, показаны очки. Все, мы последнее место. Надо занимать первое и второе место, мы это проебали. Поэтому награду, я так понимаю, не дают. Вообще, вот я поэтому и не люблю вот все эти БГ. Я сходил, потому что там товарищ ютуб просил. Потому что я ни хера не понимаю, ну вот толку. Ну вот так, если я проведу весь день, ну просто мясо какое-то. И при этом, что вот эти все цифры, которые статистики, они мне ничего не дают. Вообще никаких понятий, что происходило. Я не знаю, сколько я убил, даже не посмотрел. Я просто там хилил, когда уже маны не было, добивал, у кого не было хпшек, да и все. Нет, там я, наверное, двоих добил, что ли. Короче, да, повторяемый квест какой-то, надо все равно будет 4 раза пройти, но вот я 1 раз в день буду проходить, да и все. Вот через неделю пройду это. Я на этом особенно зацикливаться не буду. Чисто я на это смотрю как на ежедневку, и не более того. Но уж точно не как на фан. Ну, это у кого какие... Кому что, как бы, да? Я говорю, я вот в играх получаю фан от сюжета игры, от квестов и так далее, от боссов. В любой. Проблема здесь, я вижу, в том, что квесты вот показаны, допустим, да, исследование области, это сюжетные задания области. Но тут нету квестов. Не сюжетных. И их можно пропустить и не увидеть. Да не важно, сколько убил, важно занимать первое, второе место, там от этого наград зависит. Третье место это лузер. Мы лузер.
So, standing around is a crime in Sammерсет?
Yes, we even have a word for it. Loitering. I suggest you learn it. I have this under control. Please keep
Вот
moving.
заметил, еще у таки есть спонтанные мини-квесты. Просто появляются.
Not that it's your concern, but the Argonian has been found guilty of loitering. She can either pay her fine for disrupting the natural harmony, or spend the night in jail. It's not really a choice by the look of her.
Say, you speak mud for brains? I could use some help translating for this obviously underworked officer of the law. I've just been standing here trying to mind my own business until this thug starts telling me to shove off. I'm making people nervous. A fine? Not even a huge fine. But my waters ran dry not long after I arrived here. Oh, they're just looking for an excuse.
Ну я же сам эльф, я согласен, что это ящерица себе позволяет слоняется без дела, ёпту.
Not that you care. Not that anyone cares.
Come along. My superiors will want a word with you.
Если нечего делать, и тебя займут делом. Иди работай, ящерица, иначе ты будешь у нас этим, блядь, ковром. У ног королевы. Или из тебя спаги сделаем, блядь. Ой, на островке каком-то. Может там что есть вообще?
I think I'm getting good at this. Well, I probably shouldn't be proud. I don't want to hurt you, but now I'm going to. Hey. I really don't like your odds.
Что, мне теперь при ней нельзя небесное слово, блядь, брать это очки навыков?
Seals. Fond of winged snakes and soggy chests. Noted. Ah, fleshy, thick-thumbed biped. Hello. You're an elf, right? Or is it a man? I'm sorry. I have some difficulty telling you people apart. You're much less blue than the others. In color, I mean, not disposition. Anyway, what can I do for you? Josiah. Wait, you're talking about that jittery mage I tricked into freeing me, right? Oh, she's a delight. I had hoped I'm actually quite comfortable here, mate. Cozy accommodations, the transliminal tones of the ocean waves, gangly meat brains to mock. But I guess I should be going. These elves plan to sell me. Can you imagine? When we're done sewing up these chronosymphonic When we're done sewing up these time breaches, you'll let me wander the Mundus in peace. No more dim-witted Sijiks peppering me with questions. No more dusty shells. We have a deal? Right. So, should we get going, or...? Of course you do. Everyone asks questions, and I have all the answers. Fair warning. Be specific. I'm bound to tell the truth. I'm a traveler like you. Except, well, nothing like you, to be honest. No offense. I'm what you might call an aspect, eh? Like an idea's shadow. Don't make a face, I'm telling you the truth. Not my fault your language is so crude. I'm not in the skull. I am the skull. At least here on Nern. Over in the adjacent place, I'm shaped like a throat pillow. Imagine that. You look confused. It's just a trick of the light, mate. Of me? Ah, this is just sad. Try this. Imagine a soul gem. Got it? Now imagine that the soul in the gem is also the gem itself. I am one of the unfortunate quirks of the Sijic binding ritual that brought me here. I'm free to lie as much as I like, unless you, or anyone else for that matter, ask me a direct question. Cheap trick if you ask me. They did, a bit. I'm certain I could break out if I really put my mind to it. I don't blame them, honestly. If I was in their position, bobbing along like a little lost acorn in an ocean of knowledge, I guess, but instantaneous translocation's not like a Sundas scroll. The veil here in Mundus is all thick and sticky, you know? Like I said before, I think I'm grounded for the foreseeable future. Oh well.
I am. I had no idea you were so funny. We're gonna have a really good time. Well, an augur of the obvious wouldn't be very useful, would it? For what it's worth, I lobbied for something way more impressive. The resplendent skull of hexagonal wonders. It was forcefully vetoed. How can if I take? Of course I do. Everything has a name. Names give a thing its shape. Birds, snowflakes, tea kettles. You get the idea. I'd tell you mine, but you'd need about 6 more tongues and a pair of symbols to pronounce it correctly, so fair enough. So, where to? I assume you've got a map or something? So, you know where we're going now, right? Good. You take me to a time breach, and I'll help you spot it. Huh. This bag's a bit snug, eh?
Бля, реально, братцы, за босс стоит. Когда, блядь, у меня что-то карта поменялась. Вот у меня какие-то домики здесь вообще из другого города. Тут босс, тут какой-то точка босса. Вот этого надо убить, я уже кто-то убил. Чтобы зона закрылась. Ну бля, ну вот тут ты пишешь, у меня моды глючат. Ну я не знаю, но я же через прогу вот миньон все ставил моды. Получается, другие люди также ставят. Что я могу сделать? Теперь ждать, блин, здесь. Этот. Чё он, блин, не исчезает? А это что, не он был? Что это вообще было, блин? Это что ли босс?
like to think I'm agreeable.
У меня все лучше в посох для спутника. Все зачелось.
Get back, you fetcher!
А где эта карта?
Thank you for heeding my call, newcomer. I don't suppose your passage to Sammерсет brought you past Weston Coraldale? My father, Kurteros, runs a boat in an angler fleet. They're long overdue, and while his stride tends... I'm probably over-concerned. The weather's been fair and the wind's mild. Perhaps their fishing has been so fruitful they dare not waste their good... The fleet set off west. Weston Coraldale is an island engulfed by coral reefs, but you can reach it safely in that sailboat. I'd go with you, but I'm afraid I don't share my father. Not especially. I've never been myself, but father's only remarked about the occasional... Oh, there's not much to tell. He's plied the sea for its bounty for as long as I can recall, and that's some time, mind you. We eat well. Not since I was very young. My father took me fishing once. Showed me how to bait a hook, coax a bite, and work the line until the catch tires out. Father dozed off, so I continued to apply what I'd learnt without him. Soon enough, I'd hooked my first catch. Or rather, yes, fished me out of the drink, quite literally. He still calls me his prized catch. It's funnier when you're not coughing up seawater.
Опять туда же нас отправляют. Че я до этого-то не видел квест?
With you, Fwit!
Well, who's there? Quiet down, you'll spook the fish. Never seen you before? Guess no one told you that this is my spot. Been my spot nearly a century. And it'll be my spot a century more, God's willing. So don't go getting any idea. Huh, fancy that. I told Hiranessa for years those sea elves would mount an invasion from Waston Coraldale. Figures they'd launch it while I was having a nap. Well, of course. Any Royal Marine of the Queen's Navy worth their salt would. Might have traded my saber for a fishing rod, but I've still got my sea legs, and I'm still as sharp. Aye. Even if they caught a glimpse of a sea elf cutter before it reached Waston Coraldale, there's no chance a fishing boat would have outrun it. If anyone from... Best we split up. Unless my creaking knees give me away, I ought to be able to handle some scouting while you're searching for survivors. We'll rendezvous at the old lover's tree near the reef on the eastern... Unless I'm caught. Won't be much use to the sea elves as a prisoner, but I'll black an eye or two before I greet my maker. Tell her my children are grown and my wants are few. But I cannot say the same for my friends. I've had a good life. I don't mind trading what's left of it, so others might have the same. 3 aside from myself, Imdolina, Aldoterel, and Carterel. Not much of a fleet when you compare it to the Royal Armada, but with a scourge of anything with guilds. Too quiet. If one of them had reached the mainland, the Royal Navy would have sent ships to intercept these sea elves by now. Enemy movement, numbers, positions, assess our situation. I hope to have a plan by the time you've finished it.
Sacred ascendants, take me home. I thought you were a sea elf. One moment I was just dipping my toes in the shallows having a pleasant day. The next there's a murderer. He's alive. At his age I'd have thought he'd be the first to fall prey to those sea elves. Should have given the stubborn old soul.
Stranger, don't anger the salamanders. They're the only thing keeping those sea elves from wandering too close. What are you doing out here? I've never seen you before. You're sure we're talking about the same Kurtaros? The one I know is more likely to be mistaken for dead.
All this crouching is damnation on my back. But I've seen everything I need to know what they never do when it comes to these sea elves. They rob us of more than a few good souls before all is. They're digging in, placing ballistae along the shore. When the Royal Navy finally does mount an attack, they'll be taking fire from Maormer on both land. I'm not suggesting we repel the whole invasion, but I do know my way around a ballista. If we turn one toward their own ships and cause enough of a stir, we can draw on a friendly patrol and I'll get into position and await your attack. Then we'll give those sea snakes a good spearing while these two make for your vessel. You do have a vessel, don't you? All right, you two go prepare the boat our friend brought. We'll provide a distraction. Trinamac's wrath be with us. Hold them off while I spear that cutter.
It's all in your head. Keep fighting.
They're scattering like minnows. Keep on the offensive. This is for Carterel!
They're coming for us.
That'll do. Fall back and get to the boat.
In a big family, you have to know how to scrap.
Captain coming aboard. Boat's prepped and ready.
Да, было, потом квест еще второй появился на него.
Father! You had me so worried. What happened? Where's your boat?
None of that now, my Nevis Cup. I'll tell you all about it. But first, there's one more thing we need to see to. Come, friends. It's time we commit our memories to the drink.
He washes up here after being gone for weeks. His boat nowhere in sight. And he acts like it's just another day on the sea. Was everything all right? Did he cause you any trouble? Oh, he put you up to that, didn't he? Papa always loves to embellish his journeys. Whatever the truth is, I'm just glad you brought him home safe. He's not fooling me. I can tell something happened. Father's putting on a brave face, like he used to whenever I'd ask him about his younger days. He'd smile and deflect the question. Oh, yes. She and Carterell have been together for years. She used to look after me when I was younger. Well, Father and the others... I imagine she'll be with Father and the others, waiting to see Carterell when she arrives. He and his mates have a tradition of celebrating their safe return. They're partial to a small batch brewer on the south side of Alinor, by the craft masons. They'll probably be there all night. The fanciful story of meeting my mother, a myth about how the moon and stars winked on the day of my birth, and tall tales about his fishing voyages. Before that... You're serious? So what you said about the sea elves attacking, it was all true? What's he hiding? Was he a pirate? I always wondered if he... Why would he hide that? I'm sorry, I have so many questions and it's not you who has the answers. I'll leave my father to the company of his friends for now. He and his mates have a tradition of celebrating the fanciful story of meeting my mother, a myth about how the moon and stars winked on the day of my birth, and tall tales about his fishing voyages. 70 years isn't enough? I love my father, but all I want is to love him for who he is, not who he shows me. When he was missing, I wasn't just worried You didn't come here to listen to a grown woman bawling about her father to a stranger.
Да, мод глючный, пиздец.
Oh, you're going to love this one. I'm seeing a tiny island surrounded by... It's either water or cats. Difficult to say. Let's hope it's the cats, eh?
Traveling with you isn't a tour, it's a tale. Tired of walking anyway.
You know, coral's just weird sack animal bones, right? So this is a bit like a cemetery, I guess. Ugh, you do not want to know what their ghosts look like. Old cheese. I'll leave it at that. That storm's worsening by the second. Best head inland, traveler, far as you can manage. It is only a matter of time before the tempest over Sea Keep moves down the coast, leaving ruin in its wake. I suppose it is, but we were driven from the keep long before the tempest began forming. Sea elves infiltrated our defenses and slaughtered the garrison. We're all that. It's no natural formation. The sea elves are conjuring it. If I could get within striking distance of their sea mage, I could break his hold on the storm and prevent the destruction to come. But that's a desperate hope for one mer. I don't need another death on my conscience, but I can't afford to refuse your help. A direct assault on Sea Keep is impossible, but if the Maormer can infiltrate it, then so can we. Meet me at the ruins down by the water. I'll show you what I mean. Sea Keep is the bulwark that invading fleets dash themselves against attempting to attack Alanor. Impregnable by most means, our battle mages and siege engines could reduce an enemy fleet to flotsam in a matter of minutes. It was made to be unsaleable from the outside. Inside, it's another matter. Once we're within the walls, we only have the Maormer to fear. They are brutal and ruthless opponents. They're war beasts, perhaps more so. Apologies. It's easy to take our ancestral conflict as common knowledge after so long. Maormer are otherwise known as sea elves, exiles who were banished many centuries ago. Not a year goes by that they don't attempt to wrest Sammерсет from our grip. It has been attempted. Their home of Pьян is an isle surrounded by impenetrable mists. All attempts to navigate it have failed spectacularly. All we can do is remain vigilant and endure. I was, yes. A fortress that has never been breached in thousands of years of fighting was lost in a single night on my watch, unconventionally. They exploited a weakness in Sea Keep I took for granted. But we can do the same. You'll understand when we get to the ruins by the shore. Our means of entering Sea Keep is this way. There's no time to spare. I hope you're a strong swimmer, incidentally. Here. This is the place. See that whirlpool? The currents are being drawn into the flooded ruins beneath Sea Keep. We should be able to follow them inside just as the sea elves did. It's that or we drown. If you want to back out, I understand. Good. I'm glad to have someone at my back. I couldn't ask any of my soldiers to do. They've suffered enough for my mistakes, and it's just something I have to do. 8 guide us. We made it! Too many years on dry land. There's a secret door in these ruins that will lead us directly into Sea Keep's dungeon. I can unseal it, but this... I had another reason to come here. When I couldn't share around my troops. The Maormer are holding the woman I love captive. I have to free her before the because Kastira is a sea elf. She is, or was, I suppose, the captain of the crew that attacked Sea Keep. Assuming her mutinous crew hasn't already done so, she'll be executed. Bait. These ruins were the only place where Cass and I could see each other. Our secret safe place. She would signal and I would use the secret door to meet her. Only this time, I was met by the sabers of her crew. Yes. The blood of the garrison is on my hands. I killed them with my secret. I can't take that back, but maybe I can save what's left. The survivors, the keep, and I last saw Cass in the dungeon. With any luck, she's still there, and unharmed. I didn't. The sea elves waylaid me and tossed me in the dungeon as soon as I unsealed the hidden passage. They only kept me alive because I slipped the leash on the battlements, where their sea mage was studying the keep's magical defenses. There was nowhere for me to run, so I took a leap of faith straight into the arms of the sea.
Че?
Scared too. Hope we find something in.
I last saw Cass in the... There's the secret door. Give me a moment to open the seal.
Pan? How did you... Never mind. Get me out of these chains.
I'll see to her bonds. Cass, I need you to tell us everything you know about what your crew is planning.
Is it just the two of you? I suppose it'd have to be. No one from his garrison would volunteer to help a Malma. You know the truth then, about us. You have to understand. The only thing lower than a mutineer to the Maorma is an Ultima. Consorting with one is tantamount to treason. Loving one... They're going to summon a storm so powerful it'll scour the entire coast clean, and this keep with it. There'll be no trace of my offense left, or anything to stand between Alinor and the Piandinian Armada. They'll be remembered as heroes. On the battlements, calling to the wind and sea. It'll be a hard slog to get there. My crew won't hesitate to lay down their lives.
I have a suggestion for our next move. Defeating Ulsar won't be as simple as rushing up the battlements and driving a sword through his heart. He has all the power of Seakeep at his command. The magic in these old ruins are the hidden heart of Seakeep's power. Without them, we'd merely be high walls and harsh words, save a few war machines. Cutting off the flow of magicka to the battlements might give us the edge we need. There are fonts that channel the power of magicka through Seakeep. If we seal them, it should prevent Ulsar from drawing more power into his storm, but the results could be unpredictable. Sealing the fonts will be like trying to plug a dam with our fingers. At best, we'll staunch the flow enough to weaken him. At worst, the strain brings the whole keep down on us.
Pan, your plan's insane. I love it. Where do we start?
No. You have to run while you can, Cass. Even if we stop the storm...
Stow it, Pan. I'm as much to blame for this as you. I'm not leaving you to fix it yourself.
You're okay turning a blade on your own? There's no way to avoid it.
They stopped being my own the moment they mutinied.
А у меня теперь 4 спутника.
Do what you have to do. I'll not shed any tears for these backbiting sea snakes. I was making a name for myself on the Abetian Sea and caught the attention of a real bull-headed captain of the Ultima Navy. He chased me up and down the Blue Divide. Good fun, until a tempest tore out. Left clinging to the same piece of driftwood in an empty sea. Between Maoma, it's the sign of a fateful match. With him, I thought I was cursed. But we survived together. A Khajiiti trade barge pulled us from the drink and carried us along to elsewhere. Pan and I promised to see each other again and went our separate ways. We could have left all this behind right then. Ulsar's command of the wind and waves was the envy of my father's fleet. No finer serpent of the sea until he decided to sink his fangs into my back. He's always been formidable, but just have to hope that Pan's plan to take the wind out of his sails works. If not, we brace for the storm and do our best. Every day the immortal king of the Maoma nurses his grudge for thousands of years of exile. Retribution against the Ultima is practically all we live for. My heart isn't in that fight anymore, if you can believe it. I admired him as an opponent long before I fell in love with him. He was brave, tenacious, dare I say reckless. He had pride, but not the empty sort that puffs up most.
The Ultima fonts are throughout the keep's interior, but we should be able to reach them on our way to the battlements. It was necessary for us to maintain the Ultima enchantments in those ruins. If they ever gutted out, we wouldn't have the knowledge to recreate them. I told myself the secret would be safe with her. That it would be impossible to circumvent the barrier seal even if it was found out. I was lying to everyone, even myself. We would have had to give up everything to be together. Our families, our status, our homelands. The shame we would have brought our kin would have been
Never used to fight this much.
There's one of the fonts.
I don't suppose we could use this to blast Ulsar off the ramparts?
Sadly, no.
Couldn't enjoy it from down here anyway.
You don't come by those too often. I really don't like your odds.
Suppose you'll work this knot out of my shoulder while you're at it?
There's a font here.
Is there any way to tell if this is working?
Remaining in one piece will be a good sign.
I'm in favor of that.
The last font is just ahead.
Too late to right the ship, Captain. Nothing left to do but sink with the rest of us.
I'm too stubborn to sink, Tenerife. That's why I was captain. There wasn't a shred of hesitation in Tenerife's eyes. He went to his grave hating me with every fiber of my second mate, former second mate. He was like a brother to me, but he turned his back like the rest. I don't know why I betrayed them first. I made vows to one of the tyrants that exiled our people from our rightful home. I've lost everything because of it. Maybe I was right when I thought we were cursed. Maybe I was never one of them to begin with. How many of those vipers would have charged in here to rescue me from capture? Pan was the right choice.
The gates are barred. The locking mechanisms are controlled from those two towers.
Easy enough. You take one, I'll take the other.
Be careful.
Aren't I always?
Damn it! I didn't see him escape, but I held out hope. I'm sorry, old friend.
Hey!
That does it. Should meet Castira at the gate. This is it, Cass. Last chance to...
Don't try to talk me out of this, Pan.
Earlsar and his storm lie beyond this gate. No matter what happens, I want to thank you for standing by me. If it weren't for you, I might never have gotten to see Kostya. Charging headlong into the fray was easier when I had nothing to lose, but my courage is intact. I'm with you to the end.
Earlsar's up ahead, in the eye of the storm. He drove my crew to mutiny, tossed me in chains, and nearly killed the man I love. I'll drag him to the bottom of Mother Sea if it's the last thing I do. You remember our vows?
They were the only thing that kept us moored through that miserable storm.
Let's do it again. How often are we going to see a tempest like this in one lifetime?
You always were the romantic.
Keep moving!
Там недочку навыков просто.
Shouldn't the storm be growing weaker?
I said it probably wouldn't get any stronger. Damn him! I can barely hold my footing!
Keep fighting! One of us has to make it!
Drag this wretched place into the deep. You can't tame the sea!
Bet they never saw that coming.
They're here. They can't see me with you.
Kastira, wait!
О, внизу походу.
It ends like it began. The two of us, adrift among the wreckage of our lives.
But alive and together.
Fortune smiles, with a shark's teeth. Earlsar's dead and his mutiny along with him. I only wish I had the strength to settle the score myself. If there was any justice in the world, he'd have been forced to concede that he'd never drown me in shame. It'll be a long journey without a crew, but I'll manage. There's no shame in returning to port humbled but unbroken. Though I think I'll steer clear of some. I love him, for some reason. But the walls between us are taller than this keep. Just to see him for a few fleeting moments commands such risk, it nearly destroyed everything we care about. Did you witness a lot of coexistence here today? When we come together, we leave ruin in our wake. Take the sign for what it is. The world doesn't want us to be together. Pan won't take it well, but I think he'll understand. Thanks for everything you've done for us. I love you, Pan. But we can't go on like this.
I know, Cass.
What will happen when I'm gone?
I pick up the pieces, or I find myself in irons.
I'm sorry. For everything.
I'm not.
The span between us may be as far as the sun and the sea, but you'll never be far from my thoughts.
The sun and the sea were never so lucky as to have crossed paths.
Что, она Assassin's Creed, что ли, переиграла? Прыжок веры.
I don't expect you to keep my secret, but I'd rather pay my penance through action, not rotting in a cell. It's selfish. I want to restore some of the damage I've caused with my own hands. I have to believe I can find redemption through repentance.
Тоже сделаю прыжок веры.
I don't want to hurt you, but now I'm going to.
Have mercy. Farwenya, I'm afraid we've left you a considerable mess.
Pandemalion, you're alive? When Pandemalion's soldiers told me he'd returned to the keep with a passerby, I thought he'd lost his mind. What were you thinking? I'm not one to commend recklessness, but I suppose we all owe you a debt of gratitude. I don't know what's more troubling, that the sea elves would attempt such a thing, or that they were able to
Я
seize
открою
the keep in
тайну,
the first
но...
place.
Потому что я крыса.
That is a dire accusation, not to be made lightly. In fact, it's so absurd, I dismiss it out of hand under any other circumstances. What can you offer as proof? Your word will not suffice. But in light of these allegations, I will take command of Seakeep until the matter is settled by court-martial. Now excuse me, I must see to it. Battle-Reeve Pandemalion, you stand accused of consorting with Maormer agents. I hereby relieve you of your post until these claims can be addressed. I pray they are baseless.
I submit to judgment. I have a lot to answer for. Justice will be done. Thank you for allowing me to reclaim what little honor I had left before I faced...
Сейчас я посмотрю. Меня бесит, когда смотришь характеристики, что вот это закрывает.
Change of plans?
Бля, почему в предметах для заданий ни хера нет для заданий? Ну чушь. Сука, ну была же эта карта. Типилизм, блядь.
All right, but don't cry for mummy. Finders keepers, as they say.
Ну, даже если я поставлю через мод, все равно, вот, допустим, у меня нету модов. Предположим, где эту карту искать, куда она пропадает, шопа. Что ничего не меняется. О, тут битва идет. Но я тогда не успею добежать.
Honestly, I think she plans to do something rash. She might even attack the guards. Ugh. Never. Ah, another newcomer. Delightful. What keen ears you have. You heard us discussing a private matter from way over there? Impressive. Perhaps you can put that inquisitive nature to good use. A newcomer, much like you, is a member of the Mages Guild murdered a sapiarch. But now the murderer's friend is railing against the conviction. Loudly. Talk some sense into her, would you?
Блях, ну уже долго в... Ну что, типа, не везде есть крафтовые. Ну, короче, разбивать это говно все.
Stay out of trouble.
Aren't all these newcomers just grand? Never before have I had such interesting...
Имя логов. Типа выйти. Ну, логинец. Имя будет факов. Какая молодец, кошка. Кстати, почему у меня принтскрины не сохраняются в документах, в скриншотах? Но я обычно скриню через Paint в таких случаях.
Do our ancestors still smile upon us? Now that our borders have been taken, now that we've tainted our home, my ancestors built the city beneath our feet. It is by their sweat that we were given the glory which is Sammерсет. It is their blood. They made Sammерсет for us. Us, who are worthy of its bounty, its beauty. These...
Да, эфемы говно. Я не знаю, кто это, но я осуждаю их.
Stay strong, Emil. I'll get you out of this.
Secure the prisoner in the Fighters Guild. Off you go.
You're a member of the Mages Guild, aren't you? Please, you have to help me. The Sapiarchs accused one of our compatriots, my best friend, of a murder he didn't commit. They won't even consider another Sapiarch named Halidon. Emil arrived at the gates of Lilandril, carrying Halidon's body, and confessed to the crime. But he seemed shocked, confused. He's a pacifist for Mara's sake. The Sapiarch's investigation was a joke. They just took Emil at his word and handed down the sentence. Of course, the local guild magister, the Sapiarchs say Emil confessed to murdering Halidon, but he'd never murder anyone. He loved Halidon. I don't know if he's confused or disoriented, but I do know he wouldn't do it. Please. He and Emil were very close. If you'd asked me before all this happened, I'd have wagered that one or the other was shopping for a ring of Mara. They had common interests, but more than restoration magic, wards against disease and curses, that sort of thing. They'd been researching ways to prevent lycanthropy, vampirism, and other afflictions. You see, the Emil I know...
Ну, я сразу раскрываю дело, потому что я знаю, в чем проблема. Я уже догадался. Проблема в том, что, ну, и получается, это два гея. Вот. И один гей завалил другого, потому что тот заразил его спидом. Вот и все.
Absolutely not. Emil's gentle as a lamb, and Halidon didn't have a conniving bone in his body. The tension between the guild and the Sapiarchs weighed on them a bit, but not so much that it would drive them apart. Like I said, Emil and I are both members of the Mages Guild chapter here in Lilandril, and students of the guild's chief diplomat, Kalawende. As for our relationship, Emil is my dearest friend. Has been since we were both in diapers. I don't know if he'll listen to anyone, but I don't have a choice. The Sapiarchs and Mages Guild consider the matter settled, and they've forbidden me from speaking to Emil further. No one has forbidden you to speak. An order of high.
Но по сюжету квеста, скорее всего, это будет какой-нибудь некромант, хотя можно было развернуть это немного иначе.
Of course, there's a thin line between advising and ruling by proxy. They're not over fond of us guild mages. To the Sapiarchs, stepping in puddles is reckless. Not folding your linens is reckless.
Допустим, если некромант тоже окажется геем.
Grandmother is wild as a foal in springtime. No, the guild values new ideas, novel approaches, but it's far from reckless.
О боже, что? Сейчас моя спутница пописает на кошку, походу. Кстати, там видно что-то? Блин, почему камера не опускается? Как, блин, видишь?
If you insist on involving yourself in some vain investigatory charade, I won't stop you, but tread carefully. Who are you? Hand of Oriel, what has Queen Irene wrought? I am Sorataril, Sapiarch Master of Psychocartography, the mapping of orbic thought forms and dream phenomena. I also find myself saddled with the role. I interact with all manner of strange and uncultured individuals, but yes, I maintain relations between my order.
I doubt you can even lift the shields I offer, but the guild has requested I stop refusing customers.
Hasn't been easy recruiting new members in Sammерсет.
I don't have anything to say to you or anyone else. Please, go. Yes. She's wrong. What? No, no. They already did an investigation. I murdered Haladon. It was me. Why are you inserting yourself into...
You there? Why are you interrogating Emil? I am Kalawende, Chief Diplomat of the Mages Guild. I apologize for my tone. This has been a trying time. The Sapiarchs consider this matter... Vivine, look, I've uncovered something odd as well. The Sapiarchs have made it very difficult for me to intervene directly. Perhaps you can help. That's what I came here to find out. But it seems Emil doesn't want to talk. Galador has deep connections to Lilandril smugglers. Galador stores his business ledger in one of the inn's larger suites. Unfortunately, he placed a hex on the book, making it impossible to read without a pass. My contacts tell me that Galador left the city on business. Goodness knows what time. No one will accost you while you investigate. Just be careful. It cannot be... She is tenacious. She often volunteers to help others. You won't find a more zealous advocate for the Mages Guild. In my experience, people use talent as an excuse for idleness and lack of effort. Emil and Vivine both enjoy great natural ability. Truthfully, I'd love to, but as a diplomat, I don't have that luxury. The Sapiarchs consider the matter settled, and officially, our Mages Guild has accepted. It's exacerbated tensions that already exist. You're a high elf. You know how stodgy and inflexible our people can be. The Sapiarchs see this murder as evidence. Yes, the guard who found Emil, Milleron. The Sapiarchs classified him as a Ryazen, a critical witness. Anyone with close ties to Emil is forbidden to speak with him.
was the only way to stop the plague at hand. So he called for aid all throughout the land. Oh,
Psst, over here. I trust you were successful. My own inquiries were fruitful. I've learned where we must go next in this investigation. But wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. Did you manage to break Galador's wards? What did you find? Honestly? What would Emil want with sheep's blood? And syringes? I'd suspect blood magic or chemical addiction if I didn't know Emil. I'll try to figure out what Emil wanted with these items. Meanwhile, I found the guard who arrested Emil, Milleron.
Well?
Welcome to Lalandril. Just off the boat. Lots of sailors coming and going. Just don't forget to submit your shipping manifests to the hub. Sad business, that. I was at my post when I saw Emil with a body slung over his shoulder. Once he reached... He didn't seem mad, if that's what you're asking. But he wasn't lucid either. When it comes to murderers, I've met more than my fair share. Look, you need to promise me you'll keep this to yourself. Saltbreeze Cave is just south of here. Well-worn entrance, wizard's tools. This business with Emil was just too odd. Once the Sapiarchs convicted him, I had to find the truth of it. I took my coursing hound, Othelus, down to the gate and had... No, Saltbreeze has a sour reputation. It used to be a popular haunt for the city youth to drink, sing, fornicate, that sort. Of course they did. They'd already declared Emil guilty of the murder. Can't lose face over something like this. You got a confession, Milleron? Just... That's the other thing. Hallodan looked like he'd been thrown off a cliff. Legs broken, blood leaking out of his ears, collapsed ribcage. Unless he can conjure up a stone club the size of an ox yoke, I just can't imagine it. I'll tell you to examine the body.
No, finally, the courier. I expected you hours ago. You must acquire my material. Oh, well, I can hardly keep track of every face I hire. An artist's work is endless. Reagents, ingredients, naturally, of course. I require that you gather the supplies needed to make the vivid paint this masterwork requires. I really do need you to hurry along. Inspiration could strike me at any moment, and I simply... Oh, of course, you're a fan. Well, I'm not surprised my popularity precedes me. I'm sure it's not every day that you meet an artist of my caliber. As long as it doesn't delay you. From what I gather, Sammерсет views its artists rather differently than the rest of Tamriel. It's one of the few ways to rise above your family. Oh, no. Being a renowned artist is a station all its own, and a highly respected one at that. I'm known for my art, yes, but I need something to set me apart. A painting that shall hang for centuries, worshipped by those who gaze. Hamelin's dye produces the most gorgeous teal you'll ever see. The Yokuden tea I've given you should be a good enough trade. Brodron's bug carcasses create grays with black. The Aurealis. Oh, such a glowing orange it produces.
Hard at work, Tindoria? How goes your finger painting?
Ah, very well. I see you've deigned to step out of your florid abode. Come to see how a real artist creates.
I'd enlighten you with a response, but we both know my skill speaks for itself.
Why, you're certainly skilled at boasting. If only you had the artistic sense Auriel gave a mudharper, you might produce something of worth.
Your tongue remains as sharp as your wits. When I'm declared the royal court's newest artist, I'll be sure to send you an invitation to dinner.
What a kind offer, though I'm sure that won't be necessary. After all, we both know that I'll be the one to acquire that position.
So, you volunteered to collect Tindoria's arduous list of artistic materials? Who am I? Honestly, I'm shocked you haven't heard of me. My works of... I assure you, my confidence is well earned. Unlike poor Tindoria, she tries her hate. That's quite a strong term. Why, we're simply friendly rivals. It's always been that way ever since we trained together under hate.
I guess this is a fight now.
Who's there? Please don't hurt me. I mean you no harm. Emil, is that you? Where is Auriel, forgive me. Please listen carefully. Emil did not murder Haladon. I swear it. The two of them only sought to help me. Gods, no! I came here with my companion Gerwadel. By the time we arrived, her illness was terminal. Emil tried to administer the cure to her too, but she... Stone abominations. Vampiric alchemy. If the Sapiarchs found out that Haladon had a hand in this tragedy, they would strike his name from the histories. Emil... absolutely. Haladon and Emil loved each other deeply. It was obvious from the moment I arrived. I don't think you understand the Sapiarchs. It wouldn't be a simple matter of not praying over Haladon's grave. They would expunge his... Undoubtedly. The Sapiarchs would probably dispatch a few vampire hunters to find me. I believe so. The fog is gone. The flop sweats in sleepless nights with dreams of blood and... Yes, I can feel it creeping up the back of my throat. That thirst. It was just a tickle at first. Now, who knows how far it will go? Never. Enough people have suffered on my account. Anyway, how would I find them? The shale skin disease claimed my sight before Emil had... My new condition does have a few benefits. My senses are keener now than they've ever been. I can hear the flutter of them. They called it Osteochromatic Fever. A rare virus that hardens the skin like stone and oyster shell. And as if that weren't bad enough, it also drives you insane. We were part of a merchant fleet that got blown off course. Wound up beached on an island full of slowed mischief. Something in the air there. Or truthfully, because he was the kindest, most generous mayor I've ever known. Hurry to Lilandro, prove Emil's innocence. I'll find my way. Somehow. Emil will try to talk...
You again? I told you. What? No. No, you're... No. You can't believe her. She's lying. I attacked Haladon. No. Please, you must burn those notes. If the Sapiarchs learn what Haladon and I did, he'll be ruined.
Конечно же, все скажу.
By Magnus, if what you say is true, Emil's innocent. You seem hesitant. Don't get bogged down in the details of his... She's a vampire. I grew up in Shornhelm, and I know how dangerous they are. They drink people's blood for Mara's sake. Look, I pity Norasea, but we can't destroy Emil's life over one bad decision. Setting a vampire free, Haladon's dead. And if he truly loved Emil, he would gladly suffer humiliation to keep his beloved out of prison. You know that.
Poor Emil. He meant well. But these are shocking revelations. I never thought he'd be so reckless. Creating a potion. I care for Emil, but I have a whole guild to consider. We've brought many outsiders to Sammерсет, and our relations here are tenuous at best. I spoke to Sapiarch Saratarel. If Emil makes a full confession, the Sapiarchs will let us handle the details of his imprisonment. I know, but then there are many forms of freedom. Wouldn't you agree? Emil will have access to our vast library and ample opportunity to write and publish. He can still...
There's nothing to consider. Even if I didn't kill Haladon, the vampirism was my idea. He never would have agreed to it if I hadn't pushed him. Haladon meant more to me than you'll ever know. His memory is all I have left. Don't ruin it. Please.
Если я говорю правду, то... Подожди, что-то забылся. Короче, пускай он сидит в злейшей тюрьме, плюс вампирша тогда будет жива. Пускай так.
Oh, Mara bless you. Losing Haladon was awful. I still see his bloody face with my waking up.
How can you condemn an innocent man to prison? He's obviously out of his mind with grief. I'd find a way to exonerate him.
I know this wasn't easy. Condemning an innocent man to prison makes me nauseous.
You have new evidence to present? Very well. I trust your investigation was thorough and unbiased? Well, that is a surprise. As farcical as your investigation might have been, I appreciate your willingness to side with the facts. I've already spoken with the guild diplomat, Kalawende. We resolved to send Emil back to Stormhaven. Leaving a Breton to rattle around in a high elf prison? Mercifully, yes. The Mages Guild promised to imprison Emil for the rest of his brief Breton life. I have no reason to doubt their sincerity, given your honesty today. Let us put this matter behind us. The Guild and the Sapiarchs must move forward. Now, I see no reason to delay Emil's exile. I will formalize his conviction today. Your honesty and Kalawende's willingness to accede to our demands give me hope for the future. The